Hello everyone, I'm Bishi, and tonight we are playing more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are in the second game, in the third episode, the third case. I've got my notes, but I haven't played this in a few weeks, so hopefully I'm not too lost. We will see. Yeah, we were in Ripley's Believe It or Not in Ace Attorney last time. We were in the wax museum. I remember that. Someone died because of an experiment gone awry. There's a twink in the story. Hairbrain. His name is Professor Hairbrain. We call him Twink or Twink Brain, something like that. He's a twink. Okay. Enough said. But let's see. What notes do I have about the case? And then I think we're about to start the first day of the trial for the first time? That's the problem. I remember the case, but I don't remember where we were in the story. I don't know if we were, like, about to go to trial, if I already started it and then just, like, stopped in the middle. I have no idea what I did last time. At all. It's been too long. Let's see. No, we did go to trial. We did go to trial. I remember talking to them in the courtroom. I think we should just get started. Yeah, we're in the trial. You're right. I think we should just start, and then I'll read the notes once we're actually in there, because it'll probably help me remember if we just get into there. Yeah, Professor Twink Brain. Let's just start. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Oh yeah, we did hit it to be continued, though. So we did a good stopping point. I can tell. But anyway. Alright, 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There's the twink. Mr. Naruto. Oh, I don't remember his voice. Just think like a twink, Bishi. Just think like a twink. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at it all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me! And? Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see? It's because my work is incomplete! I just make him kind of sound like an anime character. Like an anime protagonist. Just, you know, slice of life. Wow! Megumi-chan! Look at him go! I was about to read out my notes, but I can't concentrate with him doing that in the background. You see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh! Oh no! Is this the first time you're remembering that that's happened? Yeah, somebody died. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to shoehorn in my Yakuza jokes. I'm sorry. Do you want to go to jail, sir? I know. He cares more about the invention than going to jail, I think. Let me go over my notes here. I'll just read backwards. I'll read from the last thing I wrote. It's possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than the stage. There's a wax sculpture missing from the museum of the professor murderer that killed Zeke's brother. Professor, not this guy, some other professor. There was a third person involved in the experiment, an engineer who could be the murderer. The machine doesn't teleport metal, so the victim had to have been stabbed before he was teleported, but by who? And then I have an addendum, but his glasses were teleported. I remember that. We have the screwdriver that has blood on it and matches the victim's wound, but there wasn't any blood at the actual experiment site. Okay. Alright. We'll go with that. I'm worried I'm, like, not gonna remember stuff that I did not write down. It's gonna screw me over. Alright. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault, Megumi-chan. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being! Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barrick? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait! He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Glad that's cleared up. Okay. Can I double-check something with you? Ah, yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Believe in the me that believes in you. All right, Professor. I understand. Nothing. I understand nothing. Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom. But did you put the machine together or just draw the plan? No, that's the thing. That's the thing. They had a third person who was an engineer that built everything. So there could have been some changes. This is true. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. You know, you got good days and you got bad days. Sometimes you don't remember how to talk. And sometimes you sound like you do voiceovers for novels and stuff. You win some, you lose some. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? He did name the screwdriver. Its name is Andrew. I wrote it down. It might be relevant later. 23rd October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Of course he didn't build it. You see the noodle arms on that man? He hasn't picked up anything heavier than 5 pounds in his life. Yes, Andrew the screwdriver. That's its name. It also is in the shape of the letter A. See? Andrew Driver. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their very own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. The testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. Detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder. is the only other individual who've been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh! Got some interesting characters here. Oh, is she the detective? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. I'm gonna have to think of something for you. He has like a hot air balloon hat. Oh my god. There's fire in his hat right now. Is that fire in your hat, or are you happy to see me? You're telling me an attorney aced these Chronicles? Yes. They aced them real good. Loon. Or Lune? And then we have a little chap over here. Hopefully he's not too hot-headed. We've got him and we've got a little chap. Balthazar Loon. Balloon. Balloon. I didn't even have a chance to look at his name and think about it for a second. Yes, it is Balloon, I think. I like... I don't know why I'm, like, stalling so much. I'm trying to think of how to make him sound. What would be funny is if I gave him a high-pitched sound, and I gave the little guy a deep voice. The child is the engineer who built and lifted all the heavy machine parts. Filled with helium? My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimento stage. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein! Not the little German boy! Oh my god! Oh my god! Even his name! Oh my god! This pleases me greatly. I was gonna give him a deep voice. I can't anymore. It has to be the little German boy. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition on the way from my home in Bohemia. Why is he wearing a mask? I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. German Batman is a little boy. And Robin is the grown-up. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. Oh, 3. Hold on, I'm writing that down. Okay, so 3 balloons flying on the day of the murder. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. Right? Oh yeah, they're not on the jury. The jury's like behind us somewhere. They are witnesses that we are going to cross-examine. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet. About 18 meters, then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incredible... Oh, I'm sorry. It was an incidente terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. I'm seriously suspicious of the little German boy. I mean, I don't know why he's wearing a mask. What do you got to hide? Most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. Oh. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. Okay, so they were in the balloon together. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that had contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Okay. So when he, like, reappeared, the birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before mine eyes with a person inside. I keep going into British. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Oh, another one. I still have lots of money. A rich little German boy. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Ah. Cha, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Oh, there we go. When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Sure, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Turn off that lighthearted, cute music! Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. A view from 60 feet up. Alright, it was a terrible incident. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
Hold it!
I think they were. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. Okay, that's what I thought. So he is supposed to be Italian, I think? Bellissimi bambini. Yeah. Oh, God. So really, I should be doing Italian and German and Cockney. Italiano! Si. All 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. To 20? £20 a month? That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old, I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have a too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. I see. And the zone above a public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident? Right. I can fill you in there, my lord. It's gonna be a rough, rough case for me. Oh my god. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us, right? So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling ya, Odo, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's Peter.
And there was nothing there before. Pursuit. Excuse me. I shall take a sip, thank you. Master Goats! Does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Oh, yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottstrike Sigismund Ormstein. Get it right! Just the 4 names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, isn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. No, wait a second. Yup. I knew it. Something going on. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Laying the blatant royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. The interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. Maybe it's nap time. It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
Okay. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Oh my god. That scared me. Lucy! Thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months, Lucy. 3! What's 3 in German? I know it in Japanese. I know it in Spanish. Not German. I never learned numbers in German. Tre. Oh, there you go. Tre. Wait. Tre? Tre. Almost wrote that instead of your name. Hold on. Lucy. Thank you so much, Lucy. Tre. It is your star. Su estrella. Spanish. Or in Japanese, it's star. Kidding. According to Megan's song. Anyway, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it, Lucy. I hope you're having a good day. A good evening. I'm playing some Ace Attorney. Ruuuvo, did you say he's like me sometimes? When you get mad? God. Yeah, so we have an Italian accent, a German accent, and of course, Lestrade's British accent. Ah! English is very annoying! The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. These are terrible accents. Lie! I can't do this back and forth. It's so difficult. A flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is illogical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Now give me another. Here you are, Your Highness. Only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Lune? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into a crystal tower. Hey, Peace Man. Welcome. Thank you for the lurk. Sometimes you just gotta throw a fit, yeah. Gotta get it all out. The bored/boring confusion reminds me of how a lot of people who speak English as a second language mix up scary and scared. Oh yeah, I hear that a lot too. I was so scary. It's cute.
Hold it!
English is a very annoying language to learn. Very annoying. I don't say difficult anymore because I feel like that's insulting to other more complicated languages to call English complicated. It's just annoying. It has rules that it breaks constantly. Ugh. I saw a video of a girl telling her dad to act scary, and then he gasped and put his hands to his face like he was scared. Yeah, like frightened. Did you actually see that happen? No. In reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized. I was scary by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. Did you plan that? It's like the perfect moment for him to say scary. I was scary. Oh my god. Hey Luna, welcome in. Why do we even have words? I know. Why can't we just go back to the good old days when we were like... many years ago. Let's go back to that. Just talking grunts and sounds. English is said to be one of the hardest languages because of its many inconsistencies. Yeah, I always said that too, but then people are like, well, probably one of the most difficult languages to learn is like, you know, Mandarin, stuff like that. But, you know, anytime someone struggles to learn English, I forgive it completely because it is a complicated language and it is annoying and doesn't listen to its own rule set and everything. That might be the most argument to nostalgia I've ever heard. Yeah, let's go back to caveman days. At least Mandarin is consistent. That's true. Communicate through vague noises that will eventually evolve once more into words. Damn it! It's just like everything keeps evolving into a crab. I will not elaborate. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it, though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Arsenization, the development of language, yes. Just draw pictures on the walls. Crab words. Pictures on the walls, which will eventually once more evolve into rudimentary writing. Damn it! We cannot escape a society! I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing the tower. So we're having this whole conversation that I'm also trying to, like, keep up with what's going on here, and we'll see what happens. Just don't speak. Never speak. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, cause I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. It was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing. Or Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Another sip. Don't mind if I do. Prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Interesting. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay. We'll just have to think about that. Let me see. I have so many saves. We will never escape the cycle of development. Pictographs can also become a language, yeah. Like hieroglyphs. Mm-hmm. We can do sign language. I always wanted to learn that, and I just never got around to it. We can all de-evolve back into salamanders. Now that's the solution there. Thank you for the lurk, Panda. It's not how evolution works. Or is it? It's not. But what if it was? But it's really not. But imagine if it was. With the power of science, we can de-evolve into salamanders. No more thinking. No more society. No more job. No more capitalism. Only salamander and dirt and water. Okay. Let's see. So... this is something new that we got. So I imagine we might want to react to this. I do have evidence of this. I have that green fabric, which I assumed was a hot air balloon. But I also want to write down what he just said, because I was not thinking about that at all. So what if there was a trick to the experiment? Maybe the victim was never on the stage. I didn't think about that. And the explosions could have been like a distraction? Okay. So let's do the hot air balloon fabric.
Objection.
The defense would have to object to that last statement. This is not it. That is like so not it. Yeah, I'll take the penalty. That was... I don't know. Defense would have to accept the penalty given. Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Okay, it was not the sky that exploded. Oh, I didn't press him on this, did I? Actually, I don't remember. Maybe I did. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Oh, yeah. This is where we talked about the boring and scary thing. Okay. All these questions are making me bored. So we didn't get anything new out of this? It's just like silliness. Oh. Yeah. Flying balloons never explode for the same reason planets never explode. Okay. He gets a balloon. I don't know. I did not see the explosion. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed to the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. What was the point of getting the little German boy to say that about the statement about the balloon then, if there's nothing relevant? Unless I need to present something else. Oh, okay. Maybe I can react to this. I'm grateful that my balloons weren't damaged, but I have a piece of one. I don't know. If I don't get this right, I'll just load.
Objection.
There we go. Okay. I had to react to the actual contradiction, not just the, you know, not just the thing where he was talking about the balloon. Mr. Lune, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been a terrible... terribile. Terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? Ah, I think it may be... see, a part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope? Pardon. That is the larger round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. Please no one, bully me for my accents. I know they're not good. I'm saying this for YouTube too, okay? Please. Warning, bad Italian accent. I know. We need one for like every accent. German, Italian, Russian. I do the Russian sometimes. Summertime, I do a Russian. Oh no, my first ASL teacher spent more time making sure we knew the alphabet than any of the vocabulary words. And like, you can spell stuff out, but it's much quicker and more convenient to know the words. Just let the spirit of Mario enter your body. Wahoo! This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! The balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, and they just spent 10 whole pounds for the experiment? How awful. Seems to me that those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Lune? You are suggesting that I am a liar! That the persons died in a balloon incidente! There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right! And I approve it! Balthazar Lune is not a liar! There is no such a balloon in the sky! It is a non-possible! Possibile! You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss, the number of balloons that were operating that day. Ay! Ay, ay, ay! Mamma mia! We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now! My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. Mr. Lune's balloons. You know, it'd be great if we had, you know, we got the Italian guy, little German boy, British, and then we have to have like a Russian thrown in there. just make me suffer as much as humanly possible. How about that? Hey Arkham, welcome in. It is indeed Herlock Sholmes time. We have not seen Herlock, but he's somewhere around. Somewhere out there. It's always Herlock Sholmes time. The girl with the corn is cute. I like her. Oh, I'm here from getting wrecked emotionally by One Piece. Oh. How is this man's hat legal? It's not. But don't you know this is before they have laws? It's the 1800s. They don't got laws yet, and we're in a courtroom, like... They're just making it up as they go along, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know much about One Piece either, but I watched the live action and I saw like the first few episodes of the anime, but I can't sit down and commit to like 1,000 episodes. It's just, I could not do that. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, but... The writer doesn't even know what the One Piece is yet. Now that's funny. That's funny. But friendship, though. Friendship is the best treasure. Hey, Zoe, welcome in. Howdy. There's like 1,500 chapters and the author doesn't know what it is. We spent 1,000 episodes on a boat and that was the real treasure. The friendships we made along the way. That'd be so funny. The treasure was in you all along, Luffy. In your heart. Oh, really? just rip it out. Not the friendships, the seasickness. The seasickness we had along the way was the treasure. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm having fun doing all these different accents today with all these witnesses. We're in the... Yeah, it's still the first day of court. First day of court. Alright. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an esplosione, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This is stupid or a gazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Maybe there was another balloon. Interesting. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. Si, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back! It will be war! All-out war! No, little German boy, don't go to war! Another balloon, please! What happened to all-out war? No, little German boy! Mr. Lune certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Mr. Lune's balloons. A balloon! What's balloon in Italian? How about that? It is a balloon! Oh my god. I feel like whatever- yeah, we're still talking about One Piece here. I feel like whatever the treasure is, it's going to be disappointing after so much build-up. Turns out the real One Piece was the friends we- what's that? That's not the treasure? Well, I don't have a backup joke, so... Maybe the One Piece is one friend that we made along the way. Just one. I think it should be the guy that puts the katana in his mouth. I don't remember his name. I think it starts with a Z. Everyone likes him. Am I about to invent a One Piece crack theory? What if the One Piece is just a single coin? One piece. My theory was that it would be Luffy somehow, but that'd be way funnier. The One Piece is the 10,000 episodes we are going to spend on this boat. Sword Guy is way cooler, but Luffy has protagonist rights or something. I only watched 3 episodes yet. The protagonist always gets the best stuff. Okay. As I said, Balthasar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signore. Are you a stupid idiot or what? God. I might not know this if I was given a 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about the 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Just 3. Would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. Oh. Okay. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Lune, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? How did I know he was gonna say that? It's like the 1/4 Italian in me. I know it! I knew he was gonna say that. Italian brain cell. Sorry? That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Oh, that must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. I see. And the Maya balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. You don't know for sure? Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! Good lord! My god! Oh my god! Are we frozen? Oh my god, to Bishi! The stream is frozen! Oh, I know I'm putting German with Italian. I don't even think anybody can hear me. I don't know if we're still here or not. Yeah, my bitrate is not looking good. I'm just gonna sit here a second. I feel like it's always Ace Attorney when this happens. Gonna keep dancing. Keep dancing. Probably just like, yeah. A long dance break. Okay, what's going on? What's going on? That was a long dance break for me. That was a long dance break. I was dancing the whole time. Dancing that whole time. I'm gonna leave that in the YouTube video. I was like 2 minutes of dancing. I was just... just waiting for my internet to come back. That was a long one. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Oh my god. I think we're back. I have returned from war. Yeah. At least the music's good. Alright, we're back. We're back! Somebody tell people to refresh. Ruuuvo! I have returned from war. I'm sorry about that. We back. Alright. My apologies. Lo siento. Lo siento. Mina! Lo siento. Oh. Just combine everything I know. Alright, now I can read chat. This guy has been, like, pulling at his mustache for 5 minutes. Just realized his hat is a goddamn hot air balloon. That was the first thing I noticed about him. Like, I saw his little mustache, and then my eyes traveled up, and I saw the hot air balloon. I was like, oh my god. Amazing. Oh, jeez. If I had a nickel for every Italian-adjacent live stream I've seen today, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. What was the other stream? Other Italian stream. Was it someone cooking a spaghetti? Maybe. Yeah, we're back. We've returned. Back for more. Yeah, everyone refresh. I don't know how to say it's okay in Spanish. Está bien. Está bien. Something like that. There's probably lots of ways to say it, but that's the first thing I thought of. Bien is good. All right, let me get back to voice act. Está bien. Okay. I do not permit the smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. Jesus Christ. What is the matter with you, senor? His balloons! All of that comes out of your mouth is esplosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Lune had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? I like that face when Ryu does it. He looks like he's looking at the camera. He's in the office. You can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene.
Hold it!
So there must have been a 4th balloon. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Oh, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest ya with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Okay. The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it!
Yeah, no one wants to go up in an exploding balloon ride. It would be bad for his business, that's true. But it is weird that the color was green. We'll have to press him on that last dialogue and see what he says. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah. Some of the coves what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Man's sole pleasure. Sole pleasure in life. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing, niente. This stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Sia, signore. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the signore says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts? Is Master Wilhelm Gottstrike Sigmund Gorbstein? It was on the tip of my tongue. I swear. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear it all over Bohemia. You can speak as much a bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell you your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. Photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot air cellar, the balloon. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Yeah, the hot eel cellar? Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Was it the balloon in the foreground? I mean, it's in black and white. Well, I see you are too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! Wah! Wah! Not the crying in German! That is one very Bohemian sounding cry. Wah! Wah! Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. The photograph of the balloon has been entered in the court record. Oh my god. A photograph taken by Gotts whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. I actually really like doing this German accent. Oh my god. Mein Gott, Leute, meine Mama hat mir einfach erlaubt, dass ich Cola trinken darf. Wie cool ist das bitte? Just zog ich Fortnite und trinke Cola. Yippee! Someone was paid to type the "wa" in German. Amazing. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, that's a black and white photograph. It changes nothing. I could not give the flying a fig. Lovely language you've picked up. Well, I mean... Hold on. It doesn't have a pattern on it. You know? Thank you for the clip. Well, you can't really see the whole balloon is the problem. But I feel like even from this part of the balloon you can see, you'd probably see some kind of a pattern. And at the very least, there is a shot going straight towards the balloon that's about to explode it. So obviously something goes wrong with one of the balloons. Whether it was green or not. Yeah, his balloons have a stripe. And I think, like, right here at on the upper part of the screen, I think you would see the stripes like you're seeing right there. But I don't know. We shall see. As I thought, Mr. Lune's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon, but Mr. Lune vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. The umlaut, yes. That was so good. So funny. The little German boy is my favorite Great Ace Attorney Chronicles character now. It's a German boy. Should I make commands for German and Italian? And Russian? Ooh, I need to redo my chatbot. Hold on. Because the internet went out. You're going to hear a computer sound. Don't be afraid. That was me. Don't be scared. Don't be scary. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna say that now. Maybe he just saw the sun. But also, young nobles are supposed to be addressed by their given names. They only get to be called by their last name when they have a proper title, by being head of their household. Well, he's just too big for his britches, so to say. There. Okay. It's working now. It always takes a minute to load. There you go. Oh, wait. Sound effects should be on. They were off for some reason. There we go. Not seeing any green. Weird. Oh. Of course. I love how excited the kid was to drink cola and play Fortnite. I mean, isn't that all we want as kids, is just our favorite drink and our favorite game? I get it. Oh my god, PC Man. You can't be first in the middle of the stream. It's not right. Hey, Archer, welcome in. How you doing? Who is this circus man? He is an Italian that, he's not a circus man. He's a hot air balloon man. He, is a, yeah, I guess just a hot air balloon owner. That's his business. I'm first to the new stream. I'll take it. Kids of today, all they do is be German, drink cola, and play Fortnite. Play the Fortnite. See Fortnite and the lie about the green balloons. All right. So I think we pressed everything here. Okay, my balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. I mean, couldn't I show the picture and be like, wait, this one doesn't have a stripe on it? I think I'll do that. 'Cause that's the first thing I thought of. La 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 la. Okay, present. La, la, la. Yeah.
Objection.
No, that's not it. The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord! We're gonna load the save. Wait. Sorry, I forgot how to do it. Okay, load. Well, you know what? Let's at least see through. Hold on. I would have to overrule your objection, counsel! Yeah. I hope I just saved. Did I just save recently? Wait. Oh yeah, that was literally a minute ago. Okay. Thank goodness for the timestamps. Without that, I would be screwed. Okay. Anyway, so that wasn't it. Red and blue zigzag stripes. What else? What else? Can I look at it? Like, can I more deeply? No. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, let's look in close up. Looks like there's a guy in there. But you know what? He's... I don't know. I could believe it was a dummy or something, you know? The real dummy's right here, though. I keep wondering if the magnifying glass thing is gonna be useful. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to play Where's Waldo at some point. There's someone running there. I don't know. Let me look at it. Maybe I can react to it differently now that I know the context of it. I think he just talks about how it's rubber. Yeah, okay, it's the same. Never mind. Not Where's Waldo. Can I say something embarrassing? I've never found Waldo. Really? I mean, they make it very difficult on purpose. It's okay. I don't think that should be embarrassing. Okay. You're just, of the group of people who we refer to as Waldon't. Because you couldn't find them. But instead of do, Waldo, it's don't. Now that was embarrassing. Now that was an embarrassing joke! I get it. And then I explained it, which made it worse. I'll be embarrassed instead. We got the crossbow. Got the diagram. I honestly don't know. It must be the photograph. I think we pressed down everything. Yeah, his testimony doesn't quite add up. He saw a fourth balloon. He denies it. Okay. Does the picture show other balloons? No, you only see that one, and then of course they're in a balloon right now. That balloon is empty. Every balloon I had landed safely. All three. Oh, this is the one. Okay, I was wondering, like, wait, it's empty. That's weird. All three were carrying passengers. Okay, here it is. So now we present the picture.
Objection.
There we go. Okay. I just had to reread what he said. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with the passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. His hot air balloon hat.
Objection!
Objezione. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. See! The competition. The competizione trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the esperimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, to them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. Very suspicious. Okay. Fourth green balloon exploded at the same time as the experiment. Okay.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it had nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Everyone's bored. She's gnawing on the corn. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Oh, I think there's probably something more we can learn. I'm sure. I came in for a Bug Snacks VOD, but I'm staying long enough to say, marvelous Italian accent, Bishi. Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel like it's gotten better over the course of the stream, but I still don't want to claim that it's good, but I appreciate it. All right. There's more. But wait, there's more.
Objection!
I think it's the shot going towards the balloon. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. Photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So, tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? Okay. The balloon's owner, balloon's color, the cause of the explosion. Yes. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right! Yeah! It was not my fault! Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, the crossbow, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. A clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... right here.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Enhance! Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. An arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence?
If such evidence exists, Counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord! Is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then, the esplosione of the balloon, it was a... Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No!
Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah. If someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the big esplosione, there was a very big panic anyway, no? Yeah? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it.
Was the birdcage beamed? Oh my goodness.
Stumped gamers!
Why are they stumped? They're befuddled! Befuddled gamers!
Oh my god! It's a raid!
Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for the raid, Stumped Gamers. Let's give a shout out to the Stumped Gamers. I'm surprised it didn't go through automatically. I think that should work, right? Right? There we go. Thank you so much for the raid, Stumped Gamers. Oh, they're playing some more Pokemon! So it's probably Anna and Jazz playing, huh? I heard that Anna just wants to play Pokemon all day, every day. Completely understandable, relatable. Both of them are playing. Nice, nice. Well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Oh, also Fawn. Welcome in, Fawn. How you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, also Seattle Lad. And, of course, Fawn. Also welcome in, Ron. I know, right? The timing. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Bishi. Tonight we are playing some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I am, against my will, having to do Italian and German accents for a couple of these characters. We've got a little German boy right here, so he's very much sounding like, oh my god! Which I love, actually. And then we've got a Italian signore as well, so... Lots of voice acting. We're in Resolve, the second game of this dual collection. And we're in episode 3, which has hot air balloons and experiments gone wrong and other stuff like that. But yeah, I'm also a huge fan of Yakuza if you're new in here. And I play all kinds of stuff, honestly, whatever I fancy. Sometimes Pokemon, sometimes a scary game, just kind of whatever. But I'm big on Yakuza and Ace Attorney right now. Oh yeah, Anna and Jazz were doing a Souls Link of Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I've heard of Souls Link, but I don't exactly know how it goes. I love Pokemon, but I don't know all the ins and outs. Thank you so much for doing that, Piece of Man. Thanks so much for gifting a sub to Fawn. Enjoy our emotes, Fawn. You can also do sound effects. We have sound effects on today. And... oh wait, there's more. And you get a little tiny... there's a sound effect. You also get a tiny little star with your username on it. It looks backwards, but it says Fawn. OMG, this baby. Yes, I love that emote. My spouse Ruuuvo drew all my emotes. Oh, there's your star. And you're being collected in a giant chicken. I forget to explain this sometimes. I'll just pull it out and be like, there goes the star, and then I don't say anything. I feel like it's confusing for people. Like, what was that? Anna! That's me screaming. Yeah! Anna! How you doing? We can get a shout out for Anna too. Oh wait, we do got a shout out for Anna. Never mind. We got all the shout outs. I think we got one for Fawn as well. So many friends in here. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Thursday. It's Thursday, right? How you doing, Anna? Thank you so much for the raid. I miss you. I miss you too! When are we gonna game together? Something. I don't even care what it is. Just something. I'm having a wonderful time now that I'm here. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Welcome in. We're playing some Ace Attorney. What means Souls Link? Yeah, what is a Souls Link playthrough for Pokemon? Alright, back to the terrible accents. Oh, wait. I also missed some chat before the raid happened. I was, like, in the Ace Attorney zone. I wasn't reading chat for a little bit. Let me go back up and, see if I missed anything. Good. Let me see. I feel like I can only do a semi-decent Italian accent when I do the hands. I did the hand gesture in the beginning, and I feel like it helped me with, like, the rhythm of an Italian accent. You know, like... I can't even make up a sentence to say, anyway. Mamma mia! Basically. Okay. I don't get it. Was the... oh, right. I was in the middle of saying this.
I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what?
My goodness me!
We're in the middle of a little revelation here. Revelation? Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Oh my goodness. What was that thing he just said? There's no going back now. And I subscribed at tier 3 for 35 months. Great timing. It would have been better if the alert was somehow like in the middle of that balloon up there instead of the person. That would have been really good. Okay. And here's your star. The stars we have right now are these really pretty mint green stars. There we go. And backwards. Which still... and nah. Backwards. There's your star. And yeah. Which just sounds like someone saying Anna, but like... spicy. Just a little different. Some languages seem to have a sort of musical quality, and Italian is one of them. It is a romance language. Drunk Etta, yeah. Someone drunk trying to say your name. Okay, here we go. A soul link is where you and the other person's Pokemon are linked together. So your starters are linking, and if one Pokemon dies, the other person's Pokemon dies. Oh no! I would feel so bad! Yeah, Nuzlocke where their Pokemon are connected. That one of their Pokemon is knocked out, both players permanently lose a Pokemon. That is so sad. So you and Jazz are doing that. Oh god. Will the friendship stand the test of these Nuzlocke? I'm just kidding. I would feel so much guilt every time I had a Pokemon die. Oh man. Yeah, would it be like Enea? Enea? Maybe that's how it'd be said. Oh, I lost one. Okay, good. Technically two. One each. I would feel so sad if I not only lost mine, but killed my friend's Pokemon, right? Horrible. Well, I hope that's going good. I mean, obviously you only lost one each so far, so that's not too bad. Good night, Peace Man. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for gifting us subs. And for your presence here in the chat, which is what I appreciate above all else. I hope you have a great night. And we'll see you later. And try to get back in the Ace Attorney zone. What were we talking about? Okay. I should take some notes. I feel like I'm not writing down enough things, and I'm gonna be really lost next week. Okay, hold on. Let's see. So, okay, the green balloon was shot down by crossbow. And we think the bird cage, which is the cage that was holding the person going through the experiment, was in the said balloon. Okay. All right. Let's assume, as I said, that the bird cage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the bird cage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke, which could have been a trick. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
The little boy's on a box because he's so short. This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Ah, yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Mr. Assman? You know, you're the first person to make that joke, and I am surprised. Well, also, of course, Anna would be the one to say it. But you know, I was thinking that. Every time I said Assman, I was like, I gotta be careful. Don't say Assman. Don't say Assman. Don't say Assman. Okay. What was I saying? Wait, really? Yes! No one has said Assman. We think the birdcage was in the balloon. Yeah, so Mr. Asman, the victim, was in there. He was in there cooking. Yeah, I wonder how that works. So he was like in the hydrogen gas? Wouldn't he have suffocated? But then he died from a stab wound. I don't know. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. I was thinking about it the entire time I played this, but I don't swear. Oh, well, okay. But you were thinking it. You were swearing in your brain. Mr. Assman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen.
Okay, he's immediately dogma.
Anything hidden inside would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode. By controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible.
His face.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me! And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ah! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zeeks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now.
Hold it. Oh, boy. What you got for me now, Mr. Vampire?
Oh! Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
He doesn't like that I'm disproving his experiment.
I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odiasman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
What? What are you doing? It's because he wants his experiment to be real, so he's like, I'll go to jail. Screw it all. Oh my god, this guy. I guess he doesn't want to be known as the fraud, you know? The fraud scientist, but you want to be known as a murderer instead? Really? Really? Hey, Nico, welcome in.
How you doing tonight, Nico?
Oh, did you have fun at,
AX? You have a good time?
I think you did. So much happened over this weekend. So much. How were the crowds? Was it as bad as we were thinking? It was great. That's the only reason I haven't, well, not the only reason, but one of the biggest reasons that we've never gone was like, oh my god, the crowds. Aren't we like a public defender? Honestly, I don't know. We just get assigned people. We don't really have a say. He's gonna try and prove the machine works, isn't he? Yeah, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, the crowd wasn't too bad. The crowds looked awful and the lines, yeah. It was crowded, but not miserable. Okay. Because I also saw a random post recently where someone was like, the photos you see of AX with like everyone sardined is misleading because it's always like photos of the very beginning of the day when they open the doors and people are all like rushing in to get their tickets and everything. But I don't know. Maybe we can go someday. We can all go together another time, Nico, perhaps. Perhaps. I think that'd be really fun, actually. If a bunch of us went. Get gas ratioed, Van Zeeks. Gas ratio. Okay. Order! Order! Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove—
Barrick!
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Guess he's going to jail. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Man. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Oh, Jesus Christ!
I don't know what to do.
Okay, I never really waited in line except for a big panel. For the Honkai Star Rail! Of course, for the honk honks. The honk honks! Well, I'm glad you had a great time. Were there any, like, other big events that you went to? I did see a lot of people posting about the Yakuza event that happened. Apparently it was like a big party and they had like a disco floor for dancing. They had like some of the mini games from the series, like Pocket Circuit Racing, which is like little cars. I think they had karaoke as well, so it looked really fun. I'm kind of sad I didn't get to go, but it's alright. Has tape been invented yet? Can we tape his mouth shut? Needles and thread? Oh, Jesus. I went to a VTuber concert. It was interesting, to say the least. The only VTuber concert I have ever heard of was one where, like, people were making fun of it. It was this, like, male VTuber who was... I don't know if he was singing or lip-syncing with his VTuber to one of, Fujikaze's songs, and everyone was making fun of it. Oh yeah. So his hair was like covering his eyes, and then during the chorus, the bangs disappeared and his eyes were showing, and everyone was like, ah! It was weird, but people were super into it. Wow. Did they have like the light sticks and everything? Oh my god. I don't know. There's a few VTubers that I follow and I like. I don't primarily watch VTubers though. And of course, I have a PNG tuber. I don't know, the concept of like a VTuber doing a concert like virtually, I don't know. I get Miku more than that. I get Miku more. Yes, like that. Yeah. There was a VTuber that sung at a baseball game. I thought that was weird too. And apparently a lot of the people who were there just thought it was a cartoon for kids. I don't like to hate on stuff super vocally. So I don't want to sit here and be a hater. I know I probably already sound like a hater, but it's just silly. I mean, it's kind of wild how far-reaching VTubing is right now. It's very, very popular, and it was only really invented a few years ago, you know? Like the technology and everything. It's wild. All right. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? I mean, wouldn't it be better to not die? Like, he really wants to die for this experiment? Really? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? Defense asserts the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was, in fact... Oh my god. I think I'm gonna say... a conjuring trick. Yeah, if he dies, wouldn't his experiment just be open to someone else to look at? You know what I mean? Would it really protect it past his death? Just weird. It's weird. And plus, I don't think this is actually his fault. I think it's the engineer, that third person. So I think that's gonna come out that, oh, he wasn't the fraud, it was the engineer, you know? And then it'll be fine. And everything will be happy, everyone will go home happy, everything will be okay. It's fine. Oh, yeah, Violet. No, I totally understand VTubing, and I think that it can be very, very useful for people who don't feel safe showing themselves or don't feel comfortable showing themselves, and it could be that someone who usually would not be able to stream for whatever several reasons is able to stream or is able to make fun videos and stuff like that. So I have nothing against VTubing as a concept. In fact, like I said, I follow VTubers. But there's some times where I feel like VTubing can be taken a stretch too far of like a live concert. I don't know, like just certain things. I can't wrap my head around it, I guess. But that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just that's me. That's my opinion. There will be no Tweak death on this day! You're damn right! Ah! I can't let this Tweak die! No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. To let him die? What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Chisato? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Are you real? Susato-san! But what are you? Hey, yeah! Why is that the first thing you do? Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months! Susato! There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Susato is here! Finally. She's back. Oh my god. How'd you get here? Just like sprinted in through the door. Which is working out, not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Susato! Professor Hairbrain.
Ah, yes?
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Esmond. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
Wah!
So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer.
Ah,
Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barrack.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
Susato's back!
In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon? Your finest pardon?
Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Tall. Taller than me. And thin. Thinner than me. With straight hair. Straighter. And whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
Uh-huh.
What?
He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of
Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. I'm trying to think of the pun. Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Entrepreneur? Oh, it's a reference. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking know it. Enoch Drebber! Does this name mean something? That's what I was trying to figure out. Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. I love his face. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. We will have to find out who this Enoch Drebber is. In about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go take a quick break. We're about halfway through with the stream. I'm gonna go get some more water. Have a little walk around the house. Okay, he's from Sherlock Holmes. I see. So he's a reference. Okay. But we'll have to find out more about him when I get back from my break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Feel free to grab a drink or a snack if you need it, or use any of our fun in-chat commands. I will be back soon. Alright. I am back. Time for more Ace Attorney. Let's see. Yeah. So I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Time for more science, but not Bill Nye the Science Guy. Just Science Guy. No name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascals after the government's research grant money.
When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
So Hairbrain didn't know about his reputation? Or what? Yeah, copyright safe science guy. So instead of Bill Nye, you could say Ted. Davidson, I don't know. Science guy reading and school bus. The discount versions.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion?
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Yeah, we did learn that Mr. Asman was like a criminal.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Don't be sad, Twink. Don't be sad.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork? Release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
And then I wonder, like, was Mr. Asman supposed to die? Like, did Drebber want that to happen, maybe?
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
We got through the first day of the trial. That went pretty well. I didn't really get stuck on anything. That's good. Tie-dye, the science guy. That's good. There we go. Maybe if he had made a better hypothesis, he wouldn't be in this situation. Wow. Wow. 23rd October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes?
I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry!
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drubber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. I'll do it too.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Ruuuvo, so it would be a surprise.
What?!
Why would you do that?
I'd be so mad.
I would be so mad.
And I don't mind surprises.
But Susato wanted us to know.
Whatever, Iris. You're still a child. You really are a child. Very naughty. Very naughty. You're grounded.
Well, did it work?
Go to your room. I was surprised, all right. Especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial.
What? What? Poor horses.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here.
I missed her.
I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. And everyone was happy.
Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. Yes. We'll keep going though. We're still pretty early on in the stream today. I'll probably end up having to only get partway through the next day of investigation. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, let's save over this. Yes. So I didn't get to see that alert in my alert box down here. Let me see. Not while this is going. Perhaps. There we go. Yes, thank you so much for the follow, Matt. Thank you. Okay.
23rd October, 2:41 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return. I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. See, this is why I didn't want her to keep the letters from us. Excuse me.
My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Oh, I forgot.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Alright! Let's have a little chat. Oh my god, so much to talk about. So much! How long would it take to get to Japan and back by ship? Oh! I think that they talked about it in the very beginning of the first game, in like the first case, because they literally, like, one of the cases was on the boat. But I can't remember. I feel like it was... what Wolf said, at least a month? Oh, each way is 1 month. Okay, I was gonna say it like maybe 1 to 3 months or something. So 1 month there, 1 month back. You imagine trying to travel somewhere and it takes a month to get there? Nowadays, you can just take a plane and you're there the next day, at the latest, you know? Wild. Technology! Technology, hold on. Hair is bothering me. Okay.
Back in Britain! When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett.
Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Ruuuvo?
Yes, I suppose so. Don't lie, Ruuuvo. Don't lie.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on.
Oh, right. Forgot.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be, then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
That's a very meaningful look Sasato-san is giving Iris there. Around the World in 80 Days was a near impossible feat so as to be the title of an adventure novel. That's very true. Indeed! I saw the movie for that, and I meant to read the book, but I don't think I did get around to it. There's some books I had on my bookshelf that I just bought like a bunch of classics, like older books. I read maybe like a third of them before I stopped reading entirely. And it wasn't because of the old books, it was because of school. But I have them on my list now to get around to reading some of those old classic books, but I don't know. I'm more into like thriller and psychological horror and stuff like that now when it comes to books. Okay. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Yeah, I remember him. He had the amazing beard. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? I think it's been hinted at. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. Not trying for you. Alright. Right now I'm trying to read... Oh, House of Leaves! I've heard of that! I've heard of that, actually. That's on my list as well. But they don't have it at any of the libraries that I have a library card with. So I won't get to read it unless I buy it or somehow get another library card. But yeah, emphasis on trying, because this book is confusing as hell. So that's the book where, like, the pages will be weird, right? Like, there's, like, just one word here, and then, like, the paragraphs are all swirly and stuff like that. Like, the whole book is kind of like that, right? A tough read, like, literally, right? That's why I want to read it. Because it's so different. Maybe I'll just get it from Half Price Books. I feel like that'd be a hard one to digitize with the library. Like, it'd have to be like a scan for it to be a little easier. Maybe that's why they don't have it. That is what I'm thinking of, right? Oh, I haven't really gotten to that yet. Okay. I just heard it does that. I guess it doesn't happen the whole book. Yeah, that was actually on my list, 100%. I feel like that one needs to be read in hand for the experience, probably. That one specifically, maybe we should just get from, like, Half Price. Perhaps, perhaps. It's basically a book about a movie that doesn't exist. Interesting. Yeah, like, I forgot the premise of the book. I just, like, I recognize the title, and I remember that it, like, is weird like that with the text. Yeah, it was one of the books I wanted to read. Giselle Brett. I'm actually, when I clicked on this, I meant to just read. Okay, I'll talk about it in a minute. Giselle Brett. A woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. She was the Swan Hat lady.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
So she was using a fake name.
Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her.
Miss Sation. Miss Sation? That has to be something. Asian. Miss... No. Is it saying Miss Asian? Is... Miss Asia? I think it's saying Miss Asia. Oh my fucking god. Am I allowed to go? I guess not. I don't know. I'm always just trying to find the pun. I don't like this one. Just... What the heck? I mean, I don't think it's a spoiler because I'm just looking at it, you know? But it could also be that the A dot Shin is not it, and it's actually the full pun is going to be when you see what A stands for. I could see that too. So, yeah, I guess if there's some kind of reveal later, don't tell me. I must not speak. All right. Don't tell me anything. All right, let me read this conversation and talk about that thing I was going to talk about. And the movie that doesn't exist is about a house that's bigger on the inside than the outside. And there are all these footnotes and citations to essays and books that don't exist, but some of the citations do exist. Interesting. And for some reason, every time the word house is written in the book, it's blue. Huh. Yeah, I guess that has to be read physically. I don't think a digital version's gonna work. Just the eyes staring at me. All right. What I was gonna talk about is just the book that I'm currently reading. Let me see. What was the last book that I told y'all about that I was reading? Oh, yeah. Okay. So the book I'm reading now, which I might not finish by the time my rental period is done, but I'm like 70% done, literally. It says 70% done with it. It's called Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow. And it is actually a game, not a game, I'm sorry. It's a book about making games, like game dev, but not in a technical sense. It's a novel, a fictional novel, but the things that happen in the story are taken from the experience of the author. And I think it's pretty interesting so far. I haven't finished it yet. I don't like to say I recommend a book or not until I'm done with it. But it's pretty good so far. It grabbed my attention. And that's a quote from Macbeth. Yes, I guess so. They talk about plays a lot in the book. I will say the book is 733 pages long. And I feel like it's that long because the author really, really likes to throw in details, which it's not like the worst like details, like I'm getting like caught up in it or anything, but there are some parts where I feel like, oh, that didn't really add anything to my experience reading the story. Like I didn't even need to know that to like enjoy what I'm reading. But she also has to do a lot of explaining of like references to things like, you know, the Odyssey or she'll explain a video game like Donkey Kong. She'll be like, that's a game where you do this, you know, I guess for the audience in case they aren't a gamer or don't know everything. But yeah, it's interesting, and it kind of gives you like a look into game dev if you don't know anything about it. I forget who. I think I saw it recommended online somewhere. I get a lot of my book recommendations just from like, you know, TikToks and Twitter and stuff like that. Just people saying this was a great book if you like video games, you know. I probably found it from something like that, but I'm what did I say? 70% done with it, so. Someone explaining to my face what Donkey Kong is would make me laugh so hard. I mean, like, I don't know if she explains Donkey Kong specifically, but she does that with other games that are maybe, like, less mainstream, perhaps. I don't know. But, yeah. It's an interesting one. There's some themes, though, I would say a warning, just because I'm mentioning this on stream, so I feel like I have to warn about topics in books. There's some... what would you say, disturbing topics, some upsetting topics, upsetting things that happen in the story. So look up warnings for the book if there's anything you might be particularly, what's a good word? Affected by. So look that up first. But narratively, I think it's pretty good. But yeah, she might have explained Donkey Kong. I don't remember. I don't remember. But there, it's very wordy. Very wordy. In fact, it's so wordy, like every chapter, there's at least 1 or 2 words I have to look up because I don't know what it means. Like, I can get what it means from context, but I like, never hear that word. It's very, like, higher level vocabulary for me. Like, I know the vocabulary, but I'm like, what? What is that word again? Anyway. It's good. Okay. Her name is all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? What? Shin? Shin. Probably not going to be anyone in here, but... Shin. Is there another Shin? Shin. God, I'm not going to remember. Maybe it was from, like, the first game, which was quite a long time ago. That was, like, last year. Last year. You have to keep looking up words in House of Leaves, too. It's convenient in the library app that I use because you can literally just, like, press hold on a word and you can click define and it'll tell you right away. So it's no big deal. Like, it's very easy, which is what I love about having, like, the digital books. I used to be very much about, like, I don't like digital books. I, need the physical thing to really want to enjoy reading. But that was way back when I was super into reading all the time, as, like, a teenager. And, now I'm just like, I need something convenient because what if I forget the book at home, So, pretty much 98% of all the books I've read in the last few years have been digital. That's the one downside to physical, yeah. I mean, you also have a, little supercomputer in your hand at all times with your phone. You can just Google it real quick, but it's not too bad. They didn't even have the little German boy's name in the profile? Bohemian boy, yeah. They're like, we're not writing all of that. Like 4 names. I love using my phone to be able to read everywhere. I used to lug around physical books everywhere and they were heavy. Yeah. It's funny, I did that so much with so many books. Like, I would take like 3 novels with me if we were going somewhere for a day because I could literally sit there and finish all 3. So it wasn't unrealistic. but I did that so often that everyone was like, do you have rocks in your bag? Like, why is this so heavy? And it was just, I had a bunch of books. I was a bookworm. I love to read. And thank goodness I'm back into reading again now, so. Okay, what about Kazuma?
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Oh yeah, this guy.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Interesting. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. I have theories. From what I remembered from the last few streams of this game I did. I do have some theories. Yeah, he's a zombie. That was my theory. Thank you. The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. Burya. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? That's what I was thinking.
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
Oh, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true. I don't know.
I don't rightly know. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. If it turned out to not be true,
oh,
and I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
Oh,
I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Mrs. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Yeah, but Herlock is not like a medical doctor, and we already know he's kind of stupid. I don't know, I think I have different ideas, right? Like, if he is alive, it could be that Sholmes is just not smart. Sholmes is in on it and lied to us. Or, Kazuma purposely faked his death and took like some kind of medicine that slows your heart rate so much you can't detect it. Something like that, you know? Where he tricked everybody, so even Herlock wouldn't know. I don't know. I do not know. So it looks like we talked about everything. I guess we can't move either, so maybe I should present something to her? Mr. Sato, do you see this?
You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Okay. Let's just do that with everything. Otherwise, maybe I need to look around. Actually, yeah, maybe I can talk to someone else. Yeah, I can talk to you. The child. Good night, Arkham. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good night. We'll see you later. Something I was also thinking. They somehow had a slowed heart rate from a medical event or something he did on purpose, right? So, we'll see.
It must be about a year now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it.
Yes,
but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh!
All the secrets are being revealed tonight.
I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Sato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. You understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits.
Also, I don't know if I've already asked this. Is that a bunch of onions? Hanging over there in the attic? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Attic onions.
of course. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain.
But he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office.
I don't know why I just noticed that. Is it garlic? They look kind of big for garlic. I think they're onions. This attic must stink!
That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. La 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 la. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. So I was still thinking about that word, breast. Very realistic origami onion. You know, I was gonna say, speaking of garlic and onions, what was it? I think last year, me and Ruuuvo grew our own garlic and dried it and everything. And they were very good. It was great. But it takes like a whole season to be able to eat them. You know what I mean? So we only did it that one time, and then we haven't done it since. But they were pretty big garlic. Cool.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trevor, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree, we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down, which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Best of luck, then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. The pull of the garlic! Alright, let's get out of here. We have a new location. My goodness. Maybe it's Madame Tuspel's? Well, we've been there, though. What did they say to go? They didn't really say where to go. Let's just go around, I guess. Go everywhere. Oh, there's an annual garlic festival around here. I would love to go to a garlic festival, to be honest. I bet they have so many different foods with garlic. They show you how to braid and dry garlic and sell garlic and garlic-based foods. Absolutely, I would go. That would be so fun. 23rd October, Sholmes is sweet. I love garlic. Do they have t-shirts? I want a t-shirt with just garlic on it. Just a garlic bulb. No text. Other than maybe garlic lover. Garlic level? My garlic level's over 9,000. You know. Okay, nothing here. I guess we can go here. Oh! There's a new character. 23rd October, British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? Are they a baddie?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Is she a baddie? She may be a baddie. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish. Now politicians are scrabbling to respond. She looks hot, that's what I'm saying! Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. She is so pale. Super pale. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe? Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, a coroner. Okay. She is mothering the sword. Slay! Welcome in, beautiful. A beautiful objection. Another vampire spotted! Oh, yeah. We could say she's also a vampire. How's it going? Pretty good, Cryptic. Pretty good. We are in the second day of investigation, so we're making some progress. I had to do a little German boy accent and an Italian accent earlier. That went as good as you could imagine. Okay, Courtney Scythe. I think it's Scythe. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Oh, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Alright, we can have a little chat with him. I want to hear more from Miss Scythe. I was thinking Scythe like a Grim Reaper. Yeah. I mean, especially she's a coroner. I think that makes sense. I don't know if Courtney has any relevance to the fun, but... Courtney Scythe. Courtney's... No, I don't think so. The forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally.
Maybe you're the real Reaper of the Bailey.
By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Oh, can we get a new one? Suddenly, background birds! I know. It's my little treat for having to talk to Strongheart. Dr. Mikotoba. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years?
That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? What an asshole! Yeah, he left his pregnant wife to go study in some other country. I hear stories sometimes of like the wife is in labor and the husband is like, but I gotta go to work though. Like, I still gotta go and clock into the office. Sorry. That's your child being born. What? Take the day off. At least. Okay. 6 whole years. So she didn't even know her dad until she was, in elementary school.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I think maybe her mom passed away in childbirth? That's my guess. If someone did that to me, I would eat them. Not even kill them, just like, I'm going to eat you. You've pissed me off. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my god.
Oh my word.
So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Are you well-versed in science, then? Not in the slightest! In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Oh yeah, she hasn't seen it. Your time is up. Now you die! You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Bye, girl. Okay. A new location! Ah, yeah, let's go there.
I want to go where the experiments are.
But yeah, she did say she was raised by her grandma, so I think probably something happened to her mom. 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory. Of course, they have a skeleton and taxidermy.
And another skull in a jar. And blood on the table. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Alright, let's look around. It's quiet in here, though. Yeah, there's actual blood. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? You know, this reminds me of, oh shoot, what was that game? There was a horror game where you were working in a mortuary. Is it mortuary assistant? I don't think that's it. I think that's another game. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about.
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. The scary one, the scary one. I don't, but I'll pretend that I do. Now, there's a horror game where you work in a mortuary, and it turns out it's not as it seems, and there's actually demons that are possessing the dead bodies and haunting you, and you have to figure out which body the demon is actually inside of, and then you have to cremate it. It is the mortuary assistant. Okay. What was the chill one then? I thought that was the chill one. There's another one too. There's like a nice one that's not scary, and then there's a horribly scary one with jump scares and stuff. Mortician's Tale. Okay, so it was mortuary assistant. My bad. Well, now you know 2 games about being a mortician. But yeah. The scary one is kind of difficult because there's a lot of different things you have to pay attention to really determine which body is the right one to burn. But it is fun watching other people play it. I've watched a few friends play it. I think I've watched probably Manly play it. I think I watched Germa play it. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back at home.
Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever.
Oh!
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit. Or umeboshi. Aren't they?
Of course.
Ryu's not as strong as Susato. It's canon. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them.
Oh.
The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Anything else? Just burn them all! Burn all the bodies! No, if you burn the wrong one, the demon kills you. It's a bad ending. I have a fascination with mortuary science, but I faint at the sight of blood, so I don't think I'm tough enough for it. Yeah, it can be very, very gruesome. Like, a good example without actually looking at something disturbing that's real is a lot of morticians have to practice like stitching and fixing up people who have had bad accidents. So they'll have a dummy that is very like pliable, like kind of like human skin, and it'll have like a gash or an injury, and they have to fix it so that they can practice for when they're actually working with real people. And some of the gashes and injuries are really bad. So just imagine that, but being real. They deal with that all the time. So yeah, I definitely couldn't do it. I'm not terrible, I think, with like, it's tough for me to say. I have never been in a situation where I'm looking at like a dead body or a super bad, horrible accident injury or anything like that in person. I see like documentaries though and videos and stuff, and that like I'm pretty much okay, but you don't really know how you'll react until you're actually seeing it. So I have no idea. I don't think I could though. I don't think that I'm the most squeamish person, but I've never seen it in person, so I have no idea. Oh gosh, I did once witness a motorcycle crash, which was pretty gnarly, but the lady survived. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my god, that's horrible though, but I'm glad she survived. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. I don't know. I'd like to think that I would be of strong constitution, so to say, but I just don't know. Speaking of that, it's a bit of a segue for me to talk about something that happened to me earlier this week. I was not here streaming on Tuesday because I had a doctor appointment, just like a normal checkup, and I had to do a blood test. Now, I'm not the type of person that will faint at the sight of blood or freak out at the sight of blood, but for whatever reason, I am very, very, very afraid of needles. I'm afraid of getting like vaccines and of blood work, of getting my blood drawn. And I actually had a panic attack on Tuesday after I got my blood drawn. It doesn't happen every time, thankfully, but sometimes if the person doesn't do a great job and I feel it, like I feel when they put the needle in, I don't know what it is, but I just freak out and I can't control it. So the only panic attacks I've ever had in my life were related to that. And I've had not too many. I want to say maybe like 4 or 5 now in my whole life. And it was not a fun time. It was absolutely horrible. Yeah. So that happened on Tuesday. So I was pretty exhausted by that. It was terrible. But I didn't faint, so I've never fainted before. But I did have a panic attack. But that wasn't great. But that's like with my own body. So I don't know. Like I said, that's how I react when I get blood drawn. But I don't know. I can watch someone else getting their blood drawn. It's fine. It's just like the feeling of it in my arm. I can't handle it at all. Yeah, it sucks. It's horrible. It really helps if the person, if like the phlebotomist is really good at what they do and you don't really feel it. Because, you know, it just depends on the person. It kind of sucks. It's like a gamble every time. Or if they're very nice and accommodating and they like let me lie down, if they like talk throughout the whole thing and distract me, that helps. But the person that I got was not like that. They were just like doing their job and not doing anything else extra. And so it didn't help. But yeah, so that happened. I always have to tell the nurses that I'll faint at the sight of blood, and so they can't say anything to draw my attention to my arm or I'll pass out. And then I stare very firmly at the wall. Yeah, I can't look, but even that's not enough. It's the feeling of it. I don't know. It sucks. I think it's basically a phobia, which I am blanking on the name of. Okay. Anyway, but I'm fine now. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. That's it! We also got the skeleton. And then I will say, like, that's me. And then Ruuuvo has actually worked in a hospital before and has been in operating rooms while they're doing operations, and they were fine. They were able to watch and not feel anything, you know? So some people are just built differently and just react differently for whatever reason, and maybe past experiences or whatever, but, you know? So I thought that was kind of a cool life experience for them, because now they know they can look at, like, a surgery in person and not feel like, you know, I'm faint, not feel faint or nauseous or anything like that, you know. Oh, the first time I had to get blood drawn, I was like 12 and cried so much before. I was so scared. Yeah. I've also always been so bad with shots and things like that. They always have to distract me. I remember there was one time where I was a little older, like I want to say 15 or something. And I told them I was really bad with getting my blood drawn and stuff. And I think I was at like a children's hospital, and so they brought up a bunch of like toys for a little kid because they didn't realize I was like 15 and not, you know, 10 or 12. They brought like a rain making sound and everything. I'm like, this isn't gonna help me. So then they're like, okay, we'll just talk to you while we're doing it and distract you. And I was fine, you know, for the most part. I didn't get a panic attack at that time. But I always remember that. I was like, someone did not communicate and tell them how old I was. Oh, when I was 12, I got a cookie after that. See, that helps. I would have liked a cookie after mine. We did get boba after, but the boba pearls weren't good. So it didn't even feel like a treat. I didn't even eat the boba. I just drank the tea. It was terrible. So I tried to get a cookie after, and it wasn't good. Well, like, what the heck? Oh. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Usato? Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. See those birds? I see them. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know. And they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no. They wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I remember getting a juice box and a lollipop when I passed out the first time because they wanted me to raise my blood sugar. It was a treat, but also a treatment. Alright, I think that's it. Let's move on. I guess we'll just go from the top down, right? So we went here. Let's try to go to the prison. Oh! He's working out some formulas. 23rd October, local prison cell 11. What is he doing? Her face! Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Yeah, I guess someone gave him chalk. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner! None of this would have happened. What? No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. Oh my goodness. But friends' presence here in my chat does not upset me. Does not upset me at all. Oh my god, friend, thank you so much for resubscribing. For 12 months, thanks to PC Man. If you knew that. Oh. For a whole year, I believe. Amazing. Here you go. Here you are. He says, friend. I promise. And now you're in the collection once again. How you doing, friend? How's your Thursday going? I hope it's going good. Do you think any of the formulas mean anything? No. I mean, there's a triangle on the side. I mean, that's real. Triangles are real. I think. Haven't been sleeping right, so I feel exceptionally... What? Tonight? Oh. I'm sorry you haven't been getting good sleep, friend. I hope that, the Sandman visits you soon. And helps you sleep. Triangles are real, so... You're so right. Oh, sorry. Triangles are real. You're so right. They're dealing with real numbers here. When they got into the imaginary numbers, that's where I really lost interest in learning math. You're telling me what I'm learning isn't even fucking real right now? It's in my head? Imaginary? Okay. Okay. You've been lied to all your life. This is fake! Okay. I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in the court this morning.
Oh no! 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 The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
This pose right now, I know it's just his animation, he looks off to the side, but it looks like he's staring right at Susato as he's just like, just like intensely biting his thumb in her direction. He bites his thumb at her. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
Ah, no actually. This, is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain! I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them! By Asmon, and by that aloof engineer Drebber!
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
I sure hope not.
Okay. Now we can... I do not understand what an imaginary number is. Pure mathematics is too much for my puny little brain. Like, I think for me, it's just been too long since I learned imaginary numbers. I'm sure at the time that I was learning about them in class, I understood them as far as answering a question on a test about it. But I don't know. I've never had that kind of brain that can wrap around math and really digest it and learn it and understand why it works. Some people are like that. Some people, when they learn math, they can understand why it's doing what it's doing. And I was envious of that. I wish that I could understand math like other people. But I just couldn't. My brain is not like that, or maybe the way I was taught didn't lend itself to that. I don't know. But I have never been good at math. It's never been, my best subject. Like I loved when calculators came in, because then like, okay, you can use a calculator for everything. It's like, yes, thank God, I'm terrible with like decimals and things like that and just fractions. Oh my God. But Anyway, I mean, those of you who were here while I was playing Alan Wake, y'all remember I spent 40 minutes trying to solve an algebra question, and I literally could not do it. I couldn't do it. And I used to be okay at algebra. My best subject mathematically was geometry. I was gonna say geology. That's not it. Explaining math to an American, imagine a numberger. A number burger. Okay, well, you know how a double cheeseburger is bigger than a single cheeseburger? That's kind of like how 2 is bigger than 1. I think I get it. Thanks! Finally, something we can understand as Americans. Alright, this morning's trial.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not.
I mean, it'll make a little bit of a difference.
Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Varric did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No. Varric wouldn't do something like that.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he? I don't think so.
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Oh, okay. Van Ziek's motivation. Who here has seen the film The Prestige? I've heard of it. Oh, the one about the magicians. Okay, I have not watched this. I think Ruuuvo told me about it and was like, oh, we need to watch that movie, and then we never watched it. It's set in Edwardian London, where 2 rival magicians, partners, until the tragic death of an assistant, feud bitterly after one of them performs the ultimate magic trick, teleportation. That sounds relevant to what we're doing right now in the game. Prestige. I gotta watch that. I'm gonna write it down. Me and Ruuuvo still aren't done with our Planet of the Apes marathon. We have one more movie to watch at home, and then we're caught up to see the one in theaters. I think it's still in theaters right now. I don't know if we'll go for the trouble of going to go watch it in person, but we've got that one more movie. And then after that, we can watch other stuff. Oh, Ruuuvo's still here. Ruuuvo's still awake. I just felt like a little, what's a little bit of joy. I don't know a word for something of joy. Some kind of noun. Little explosion of joy when I saw Ruuuvo. In chat. Didn't I make a joke about that at the beginning of this case? You probably did. You probably did. That's probably the last time I heard you talk about it. Oh, I've been thinking about watching Planet of the Apes, but I have a monkey phobia, so I'm not sure I can handle it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would definitely say probably not. Probably not. You just look up the synopsis online. They gotta make a version where they, like, don't show the apes. You know what would be so funny, though? Planet of the Apes, but all the parts with the apes are cut out. Like a YouTube compilation of just, like, Planet of the Apes without the apes. Wouldn't that be funny? How long would the movie be? 20 minutes? They gotta do that. You see edits like that all the time. Just call it Planet. That would be so funny. Like the bee movie without any of the bees. I think that's actually on YouTube somewhere. Yeah. How some games have an arachnophobia mode. They do that with the movie, and the apes are just blobs. Exactly. Oh my god. Yeah, no need to watch it then. That's like a specific thing where it's like, you know what? It's fine. You don't watch the movie. They're not like the best movies ever, honestly. Like, they're just like kind of one of those famous series of movies. That'd be scarier. Just a talking blob. Oh my god. Like, I don't know what would be scarier for you. The CGI apes in the newer movies where they look real and they're like talking or not talking sometimes but making noises most of the time. Or the old movies where it's obvious that it's like a costume. But I could see how in a way like an ape costume would be scary too, because it's just like Uncanny Valley kind of. I could see that too. I don't know what would be worse. Charlton Heston crashes his spaceship, gets out, and that's it. Yeah. But I mean, there are scenes without any of the apes, like just where it's just like a zoom in on the guy. But anyway, that'd be good. Okay, Van Zeek's motivation. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. So he is still his friend looking out for him in a way. But Baroque insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Never mind that. No. Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Well, I'm at this point, I'm pretty sure it's not really him doing anything, you know? Not directly. Mr. Ashman. Oh, I have a thing about ape attacks mostly. I understand that. I've heard so many real-life horror stories where people have been badly attacked by chimpanzees. So I don't like to see movies with real chimps in them because I'm scared for the actors. Is that weird? No, I don't think that's weird. I think it's a legitimate fear. I think more people should be more scared of chimps in general and more cautious. I mean, some people keep them as pets, and that can go so wrong so quickly. I've heard a lot of stories about that exact thing, and then, you know, the person can be killed or have to have like reconstructive surgery for their face and everything. It's terrible. No, I don't think that's weird at all. I would say that the worst movie for you to watch out of the whole series is probably the 2001, because there's a really I don't know, I mean, like, in Planet of the Apes, there's not really any... I'm trying to think. In the old movies, there's no, like, gruesome murder by an ape. I will say that. The 2001, again... No, yeah. There's a particular ape character that's very, very violent. And he, you know, in that movie, they look kind of realistic. The costumes are a little bit better. And he's really violent. He'll, like, attack things. So, yeah, that would be the worst one, probably. And then the new movies, I'm trying to remember. I mean, they look super realistic in that one because it's, like, CGI. And I think there are times where they're attacking people. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah. I would probably say the only ones you could realistically watch and maybe be fine is the older movies. Mostly because the costumes don't look super realistic. And the whole movies are kind of more campy in general, not super serious like the newer ones. But yeah. So I guess you probably wouldn't be able to watch the movie Nope either, right? Because there's a reference to a chimpanzee attack in that too. And I think Nope is a great movie, but if that's a particular fear, you know, it's not something you should watch. They also have like spears and stuff and ride horses. Yeah, like it's a little, there's some like more silly parts. They're not really like acting like apes and like attacking people. In the newer movies, they do act more like normal apes. But in the old ones, they're more like human seeming. But still, like, I don't know. If that's a really specific fear you have, probably just don't watch any of them. But based on my knowledge of just watching all of them recently, this weekend, literally, that's my opinion. I'd probably be a little anxious too about movies with animal actors, but luckily I simply do not think. If you don't think enough, then you can't be thinking enough to be scary. I've seen Nope, and it gave me palpitation. Yeah, that, when I saw your message about it being ape attacks, that's the first thing I thought of was that movie. It's the most recent movie I can think of that even was about that specific. It's so specific. It's so funny because, like, or not funny, but interesting. Like, going into the movie, I don't know if they really focused on that in the trailers. I honestly don't remember, but going in the movie, I had no idea that it had anything to do with a chimpanzee. I knew that it was aliens. That's it. That's all I knew about Nope. And then that whole storyline was surprising to me. So imagine having a fear of that exact thing, and it's in the freaking movie, you know? And it's a major, major part of the story. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I kind of want to see the new Quiet Place movie, mostly because of the cat. Right? Yeah. I forgot that there was the new Quiet Place movie with Lupita, right? I heard a sweet story that she had to do exposure therapy with cats because she had a phobia of cats before doing the movie, and she had to, you know, get over it, I guess, to be an actress in it. And she got over it so well that she loves cats now, and she adopted one. And he's orange, of course. I don't know his name, but I just thought that was sweet. I want to watch that. I like the Quiet Place movies. They're also coming out with a video game about it. They're coming out with a Quiet Place game, I think later this year, in October. The whole ape attack scene was the scariest for me. The alien was much less so. Despite the fact that you have a specific phobia for it, I think a lot of people would agree with you. It was very harrowing watching that. I will say the creepiest part of Nope was that, and then I'm trying to be vague because I don't know if everybody here's seen it. The scene where the eating happens. I'll just say that. I don't want to be any more specific than that. If you've seen Nope, you'll probably know what I'm saying. That one. Ooh, it like gave me chills, and I don't usually get chills from a scary scene. Oh my god. Yeah. Very scary. I love Lupita. She's been in quite a few horror movies now. Right, yeah. I think she was also in that Doppelganger movie. That's all I'll say. Yeah, the scenes where it's like from the point of view of the actors and they're terrified. Oh my god. That was scary, even for people who don't have a particular fear of that, I think. It's scary. Us, yes, yes, yes. I loved that one. That was very good. All right, let me get through our conversations with Mr. Twink, and then we'll probably call it a night there. All right, Mr. Asman.
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic.
Emphatic, I think is what he said, sorry. Not empathetic. Emphatic, yep. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice.
You
Mr. Asman is no more, of course. Oh, sorry. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's so good. The ballet fight scene is like one of the all-time best horror movie sequences to me. I love all of his movies. I think all of them are great. I loved Nope, I loved Us, I loved Get Out. I don't know if he's working on another movie right now, but any movie he comes out with, I'm gonna go watch it. I'm gonna be watching it. I think he's done a great job injecting some new life into the horror genre in general. I feel like I was gonna say something. I was thinking of saying something in between all of this, and now I've forgotten. Never mind. I was gonna say something, and I don't remember now. It's probably about the movies. It's been a while since I watched an Ace Attorney stream. Was this guy diddled and or fiddled? Indeed, he was. Oh no, are we freezing again? I'm almost done! No! I'm too tired for a dance break. I don't know this song as well as the other one. Somebody's going wild on the triangle. I had to do another dance break waiting for stream to get back. I'm so sorry, everybody. We're almost done with the stream. Today seems to be a bad one. I don't think we're recovered quite yet, though. I'm looking at it, and it doesn't look happy. The stream does not look happy. I am so very sorry. Yeah. Take me home, country roads, to the place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads, take me home, country roads, to the place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads, take me home, country roads, to the place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads, take me home, country roads, to the place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads. Oh my god. Pink! I was having a singing break because my stream wasn't working. We just got back. Country roads, take me home, to the place I belong. Finally, my internet came back. I had a little internet outage just now. You've arrived just in time. My alert's not even working because my internet's not quite happy with me right now. Yeah, perfect time. West Virginia. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for the raid, Pink. I appreciate it. Can we get a shout out for Pink, please? Pretty please. What were you streaming? What were you playing? Tell me all about it if you would like to. Anyone who's new in here from the raid, my name is Bishi.
we're playing some great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is a lot of voice acting and problem solving and silly hijinks and stuff like that. I'm a big fan of Ace Attorney. I'm also a big fan of Yakuza and scary games and all kinds of stuff. We play all kinds of stuff here. I'm actually playing a dating sim tomorrow that's horror themed, where you can date Dracula and a ghost and a few other characters. So I'm excited about that. And I'll probably be my PNG tuber. I'll be using my PNG tuber tomorrow. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Welcome in Sidon, of course Pink. Welcome in Golden, Bunny as well. I think I saw everyone. It's a game called, oh my god, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. I think it's like Romanian. Draculist. Draculist. It's spelled like Draculesti. And it's about Dracula. It's about, oh my god, who's the main character? Hold on, give me a second. I haven't briefed myself, because it's tomorrow, so I was gonna do everything tomorrow. I mean, I know who the main character is, but I can't remember his name. Hold on. I'm gonna look at it right now. You play as... It's a romantic horror visual novel. To me, the best part about it that I can see is the art style is really, really cool. And it's just a demo right now. So I'm gonna be trying out the demo tomorrow. It's also a LGBTQ+. Renfield. The main character is Renfield, from like the novel. But yeah. Renfield. Oh, thank you, Ruuuvo. Ruuuvo remembered. I didn't remember. I told Ruuuvo about it. But yeah, I'm excited. They reached out to me a while back to see if I'd be interested in streaming it, and I looked into it and I thought the art style looked really cool. And of course, I love vampires, I love Dracula, and I love, you know, horror combined with dating sim. Sounded pretty cool, so. I didn't see that movie. I wanted to, though. I wanted to. Just looked it up, seems interesting. Yeah, I like the art style a lot. It's like very romantic, you know? So I'll be trying that out tomorrow. I'm excited. It's just the demo, but I'll probably play the full thing too, honestly, when it comes out. But yeah, we're playing some Ace Attorney tonight. Oh, Pink, you were playing Yakuza. I just saw the shout out. Ooh, we're having a good time in Like a Dragon. Did you just start it? I'm trying to remember the last thing you told me about you playing Yakuza, if you've just started it. I think you were talking about how you had finished Y6 and you were gonna start 7 soon or something? Oh, past halfway, dang, okay. My goodness. Well, congratulations. Congratulations on getting 50% through the game. It's a long game. It's a long one. I'm still working on Infinite Wealth. That's also another long game, as all RPGs are, I guess. But I hope you're loving it. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're loving hanging out with Ichiban and his friends. It was a very good game. I loved Sema a lot. I'm honestly really liking Infinite Wealth too, though. I won't know how it compares until I finish it, of course, but so far I'm having a very good time. Hey, Banda. As a joke, I told Pink that if he didn't play at least 2 sub-stories per Like a Dragon stream, I would tell you he had to hurt birds and Alan Wakes. Are you breaking that promise right now? He had to play sub-stories, but also he could just play that how you want. I think you just broke that just now. You told me about it. Did Pink break his promise? Oh no! Only 1 sub-story today? Oh no. No, there was only 1 that was available. That's not fair, Panda. If there's only 1, you can't help that. Oh no. It's okay, Pink. I won't judge you for not doing 2 sub-stories or for what you did in Alan Wake. I won't judge you too much. It's fine. Oh, you didn't like the Renfield movie, Violet. Storyline was very weird. Felt randomly tacked on, not thematically relevant, huh? I heard a lot about it when it first came out, as in, like, I kept seeing ads for it. But then I didn't hear anybody talking about it. Like, I didn't hear anything, how people felt about it either way, you know? So I don't know. I didn't even hear bad or good. Just didn't really hear about it too much. I just heard people were watching it, I guess. I'd be curious to watch it, but now that I know that... Oh, you just got Jungi-han. Nice. Ichiban is amazing. I really like Jungi. I think you've met Zhao by now, right? I really like Zhao. Zhao is one of my favorite characters from 7, actually. But I also really like Jungi and Seung-hee. But I don't know if you've met all of them, so I won't say anything, just their names. But I like those 3 a lot. This little ditty, this little song. I like birds, they're awesome. I have a chicken plushie. Trying to get on my good side. It's like, look! Like jingling the keys. Bishi, I promise I like birds. No, it's okay. You know, honestly, the only time I would legitimately get upset at someone is if they said they hate birds. And the thing is, even saying that, I know that there's people who have a phobia of birds. And I'm not gonna be upset at someone for having an irrational, uncontrollable fear of something. You know what I mean? I have phobias too, but not of birds. But it's the people who say like, oh, I hate birds, or, you know, just don't care about them. I remember one time, I saw an acquaintance. I wasn't super close to this person, but I saw an acquaintance on social media was like saying how much they hate a certain type of bird, a grackle. But they were being, to my memory at least, they were being really, really mean about it. Like, grackles make a unnerving sound, kind of like a computer. So I do understand when people are like, oh, that was a creepy sound. You know, I'm not gonna get upset. But they were being really mean about it. And I got really mad. I got really mad. And I just, you know, birds are my absolute favorite. They're my, you know, special interest of years and years. So I'm a little sensitive about it, about birds. But I feel like I'm very understanding at the same time, you know, as long as you're not being an asshole about it, it's fine. You don't have to like birds, you know. But I always remember that. It's been fun messing with them. It has been. Pink, if you need help, blink twice. I don't know how you would do that through text, but... Just kidding. Okay, the thing is, there were seeds of a good movie in that movie, but it was not a good movie. Okay, I see. I'll keep that in mind if I ever get around to watching it. Okay, I've only seen a bit of Zhao. He seems great. I've met all of them. I like Seung-hee. I mean, she has pink hair. Of course! Of course! Oh, I love Seung-hee. She's so hot to me. She's so hot. Oh my god, I can't handle it. I love her so much. She's great. 10 out of 10. Queen, absolutely. What about the people in the movie, The Birds? I feel like they have a reason to not like them. See, that's what I mean. Like, I get it. But real birds would never do that, so you can't hold it against them. You know, I feel like that movie in particular is why a lot of people have a phobia. Birds are not like that, okay? I mean, they'll swoop at you sometimes, but they can't, like, really do what happens in that movie. I haven't actually seen it. I just know what happens. Yeah, Birdemic was another one. I haven't seen it. Honestly, I don't want to see a movie that vilifies birds. I don't need to spend my limited time on this planet watching something like that. Yeah, they don't fly like that. A duck bit me once. See, not all birds are good, but it didn't hurt. I've been chased by a goose. I still like geese. I still like them, you know. Peach, my own pigeon, my pet, has bitten me. I still love her. Birdemic's hilarious. They don't even look like real birds. I don't know anything about it. Geese are fine from afar. I love Canadian geese. I've actually fed them before. If you run, they're gonna chase you, you know? But if you just kind of sit there and let them come up to you, you know. They are known for being very mean. I mean, roosters will chase you and they can actually hurt you pretty badly, you know? Birds of prey can hurt you. They have really strong talons. You gotta be careful, but they don't really attack people. It's if you, like, mess with them. I have seen someone get their sandwich stolen out of their hand by a falcon, though. Just a wild bird, just like... Seagulls as well. Turkeys are mean as... Yeah. No, there's some birds that are really mean. There's some birds that are really mean. Oh, birds do scare me, but so does anything that flies. And see, like, I'm not gonna hold that against you. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. I understand. You know, I'm kind of scared of cats a little bit. I still like cats, but I am a little scared of them. I was attacked by one a few years back, and now I'm kind of scared of them. It sucks. But, you know, I don't hate them, and I think that's the thing, you know? I don't hate the animal. Emus are my favorite mean bird. Emus are pretty cool. A cassowary could definitely fuck you up. Hold on, my controller. I've been chatting for a long time. My controller's sick of it. This twink will have to wait. I'm sorry. He will have to wait. Oh, I got bitten by someone's pet bird once, but it was my fault. My friend told me I could try to see if he would step up, but that he probably wouldn't want to, and he did not want to. Yeah. Was it like a kind of parrot, like a cockatiel or something? That's my thing too, is like, I'm a sensitive guy. I'm a sensitive little guy. I get my feelings hurt very easily. If an animal bites me, I will cry, even if it doesn't hurt. I will cry, most likely. So I couldn't have a parrot because they do, you know? It's not always a really, really terrible thing. Like, you know, they don't always draw blood. That's usually when they've been through something bad or they're really, really scared. But just the possibility of them biting me and it really hurting because they have that hooked beak, I couldn't do it. I love parrots though. I've petted them before and held them. But I would never have one because I couldn't handle it emotionally. It hurts emotionally, exactly, yeah. Like I just said, my pet pigeon, she has pecked me before and I have cried. It hurts my feelings. But you know, it doesn't make me love her any less necessarily. It's just like, it just hurts in the moment that they wanted to do that, but she gets a little territorial sometimes. And, oh here, let me show you all my pets so you know who I'm talking about. This innocent little face that's attacked me. There we go. Those are all my birds, all my pets. We also have chickens, and they have never pecked me aggressively, but they have pecked me because they think something I'm wearing is food. And it hurts, because they have sharp beaks. That doesn't hurt me emotionally, because they're not doing it out of anger. But yeah, our chickens have never pecked us to be mean. I'm honestly surprised. Like, they'll be on their eggs and be broody sometimes, like a mother hen protecting their babies. But none of them have ever pecked us. So they're very friendly. They are very used to us and very used to people. We socialized them pretty well when they were little. So yeah, they're friendly chickens. My pigeon has pecked me more than my chickens. I was gonna say, Miss Peach, our pigeon that I'm talking about, actually switched owners between me and my spouse. Ruuuvo in chat is my spouse. And, she basically just, like, she was bonded to me and mean to everybody else. And then a couple years ago, she just, for some reason, switched to Ruuuvo. I don't know if it was because, like, maybe Ruuuvo at the time was putting the food in her cage more often than me. Something like that happened, and she just kind of decided, oh, I like this person now more. So now she's more like Ruuuvo's pet, but of course she's both our pet. But yeah, she loves Ruuuvo now. Oh, thanks so much for the follow. My alerts are still broken a little bit, so I don't know who followed me. Hold on. I gotta go to the website to see. Oh, Bunny, thank you so much for the follow, Bunny. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, those are my pets. And then the ones I haven't even talked about. Oh my gosh! Another raid? Oh my god! We're gonna be sitting here talking for the next 2 hours, I swear. I'm not even playing the game right now. Thank you so much for this. For the raid, Adobo. Thank you. We were actually just talking about chickens, by the way. We were just talking about all my pet birds. Hold on, let me put my birds in the chat again. Those are all my pets. We're having a little pet talk right now about all of my animals. And having fun with, yeah, better pull up the pets again, I know. Welcome in, Adobo. How you doing? How was your stream? Oh, you're playing Paper Mario? I haven't gotten to play that yet. The new one that just came out. I didn't play the original either, actually. But I know it's a wonderful game. I hope you had a great time playing it. Welcome in! We just got another raid a few minutes ago, so we were just kind of sitting and talking. I am playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles right now, but we're just kind of sitting and hanging out at the moment. I'm getting distracted by talking about cute animals. I was just talking about my pet birds, and how... Let me see. We were talking about my pet chickens. We were talking about my pet pigeon, and how my chickens have never bit me, but my pigeon has. My chickens are more friendly. They're more tolerant of my hijinks than my pigeon. She gets a little territorial sometimes, but anyway, you can see all of my pets there in that that card page. Oh, that same friend that you were talking about also had pet rats. I also love rats. They're so cute. I used to have a pet rat when I was little. Spare an egg for your neighbor. Incoming chicken flavor. Like this moment you should savor. You've earned our rating favor. That's great. Welcome in, Adobo, and welcome in, Adobo enjoyers. I see that you're playing Peak, and indeed I am. Playing some Great Ace Attorney. I've been streaming for like 4 hours. So we were just doing a little hangout here. I've been doing voice acting for like 4 hours. You should. It's so good. We got a really good party member. Ooh. Ooh. There's so many Nintendo games I haven't been playing lately. I want to play them all, but there's so many, and my wallet is so thin, you know? I wanted to play the Princess Peach game, and I haven't gotten it yet. I wanted to play Wonder, and I haven't gotten it. I was really curious about Thousand's Door, and I haven't done it. Thousand Year Door. Just shortening it now. Oh yeah, an emote representation of Bishi's pets. There you go. Chihuahua, yes! We have a Chihuahua named Poppy. She's asleep in the other room. I stream so late that she's always asleep, so I'd never really have her in the stream room with me. But Poppy is also doing good right now. I'm just always talking about my birds, because I'm obsessed with them. But yeah, we also have 3 little diamond doves. They are so cute. Don't tell the other ones, but they're my favorites. I would be ecstatic to have a whole flock of 20 someday. I don't know. I love them so much. Oh yeah, Dongo and Peach. There you go. We do have some emotes of the pets, honestly. I need to have a Dumpling and a Dongo at some point. But yeah, their names are Dumpling, Dongo, and Mochi. And Mochi is an old man. He's like over 11 years old. And he was like my first pet when I got older and I could like get a pet for myself. All my other pets before that were like a family pet. Yeah, Mochi's my baby. And we got him a wife last year named Dumpling. And they soon after that had their first baby, and that's Dongo. So we've got a whole little family, and they may also have some more babies in the future. We are gonna let them have at least one more. I don't think I want them to have any more than 3 babies total, but probably 2 total. We'll see. We shall see. But yeah, I am open to the idea of more grand birdies. I am open to it. I love diamond doves. They're so small. They are so small. Yeah, I have a bird army. I am building my bird army as we speak. Yeah, little babies. It's been so fun watching Dongo grow up. Also, fun fact for all of you who have been around for a minute and have been hearing me talk about Dongo. I think Dongo's actually a girl. This whole time, based on behavior and looks, I was thinking that Dongo is a boy. But now that Dongo's getting older, the behavior has changed to be a little bit more like female diamond doves. And they're not super different, males and females. But they have an orange eye ring, and it's bigger in the boys and smaller in the girls, and Dongo's is pretty small. So I actually think that Dongo's a girl. but I'm not 100%. It's really hard to tell, honestly. We would have to do like a blood test, and I just don't want to put Dongo through that. Dongo might be a girl. My first grandbirdie might have been a girl. I don't know. We won't know until probably the baby's like a year old, because by then they're definitely mature. But that's kind of what I'm leaning towards now. So I keep saying he and she interchangeably. I honestly don't know. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, as far as the video game tonight, we were talking to this character, Professor Hairbrain, who I affectionately call a twink. So we call him Professor Twink. And we are in the second day of investigation of this case. We just got finished with the first day of trial earlier today. And we're just kind of talking to the professor and learning about how he was duped by his two comrades. Yeah. One of them being Drebber. Drebber is a scam artist, apparently. Drebber the engineer. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else.
Oh, gotta get dinner, enjoy the lore. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for the raid, Adobo. I appreciate it. Have a good dinner, and I'll see you around sometime. Have a great night, and a great weekend.
Although, just once. I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before?
Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there.
Oh, okay. Drebber's workshop. So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all.
Well, did they blindfold you? What do you mean?
I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there!
What did I just say? He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
He might have just been saying that. Yeah, so suspicious.
Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
It was just coffee. I swear it was just coffee. It was a French press. What do you think, Miss Usato? Oh, the machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Usato. I don't think... I'm sure you would never...
Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look.
What?
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No. Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card has been entered into the court record. Mr. Enoch Drebber's business card, though it shows only the man's name. There is no address. Okay. He's got symbols on there. Oh! This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. More importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Okay. There's a smear of machine oil on the reverse. Interesting. I wonder if it would have been considered inappropriate for a young woman to wear perfume in that day and age, like makeup. Oh, maybe. Maybe. It would kind of have to do with appearances. In a scent way. I think that's a... That makes sense. I can't think of words right now. Okay. I guess we can do a little... I guess we can do a little bit more. Maybe. 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 We'll stream for a little bit longer. Okay. Let's move... Where do I want to go? Maybe like one more thing. We could go to the experiment stage. Where was the place that I could go look at the machine? Was it this? Maybe it was this. I guess they didn't move it, huh? How would they move that thing? 23rd of October. The Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Oh! There's a puppy. There's a puppy!
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Nododo. I wish I was as empty-headed as you.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, I knew it was Gregson. Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain.
Oi! Get over here, Gina!
The dog! Oh my god. He seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now?
Oh yeah. Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup. I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no,
really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Ha! Not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted.
And we were just talking about a French oil.
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
No! What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Nutter, though. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. Don't go blabbing, you hear me?
We're literally 3 feet from her, but okay. No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least.
Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
He does fear the Reaper, yes. Everyone does in this game.
All right, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
So cute! Isn't he great? Toby's his name.
Toby.
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely.
He's so cute.
But it's not... But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Oh, okay. Converse. Oh. Wait, also there's something on the ground. Hold on. What is this? Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. Oh, did they just leave it there? All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. For some reason I thought it was just in our pocket and not on the ground anymore.
Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe.
Oh yeah, there's those balloons. There they are. Replace Gregson with the dog. Give the dog a badge. You won't be able to tell the difference. Okay, investigating the scene. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby.
Oh, woof!
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind...
Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze.
Oh.
It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that where you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something?
A Forensic Investigation Team. Is that where you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. We already talked to him, though.
That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying,
It'll be the boss who gets it.
he'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Well, we've gone a little overtime tonight. And I think I'll just go ahead and stop here. Let me just make some notes for myself next time to finish talking to Gina. Investigate the machine. I'm a little worried because I didn't take that many notes towards like the second half of the stream tonight, so hopefully there wasn't anything super major that I'm gonna forget about. If so, I might get a little stuck next time, but we'll figure it out. I will figure it out. But anyway, I'm feeling super, super tired right now, so I'm gonna go head out of here. Let me see if there's anywhere I can take y'all to. As for me, I'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Central Time with a demo of a romantic visual novel dating sim horror theme game. It looks really good. We're gonna try out the demo for that and just have a short little fun stream. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Central Time. And there's my social media, most active on Twitter and YouTube. We also have a Discord if you'd like to join it. And there are the raid messages if you're gonna hop in with us. But either way, thank y'all very, very much for being here, whether you were lurking or chatting or if you subscribed, all that good stuff. I appreciate all y'all. And I hope y'all have a great rest of your night. And I will see y'all next time. Bye!
Thank you.